Hello and welcome. Forgot to change the stream info until I was in here, so we're playing Blueprints today and not Horizon. Horizon was Monday. I will continue Horizon next Monday. In the meantime, I will be firing up Blueprints. As you can see, Doggo Bomb. That's a heck of a developer name. Raw Fury, I am familiar with. Not sure exactly which games of theirs I am familiar with. I should probably look that up. What do they publish? It's mostly indie stuff. I guess it's not indie if it has a publisher, huh? Although that's debatable. All right, so we are on. I completed day 3 last week on Wednesday. Day 1 through day 3. And now it's time to start day 4. Now, I do have a notepad for keeping track of stuff and or things, but there are things that I feel like I should have been keeping track of, like for example, what I'm thinking of is in the room directory I have, first of all, I don't know why 001 is unexplored. That seems weird that the entrance hall is not 001, doesn't it? But anyway, that's aside from my point. The point that I'm trying to make is every single one of these rooms that I've seen so far. Okay, let me walk that back a little bit. Every room that I've thought to look for a chess piece in has had a chess piece. However, I don't remember if the closet has a chess piece. So, like, when I've thought to look, there has been a chess piece, but I don't remember which ones are which. You get what I'm saying? So, like, I don't remember if the spare room has a chess piece, nor which chess piece was in there. So, I feel like I need to keep track of that going forward, because another thing that I was considering in the interim since last time I played, set my notepad aside. Another thing that I was considering is that if I go into this view, right, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows and 5 columns. And if we think of a chess board, they are 8 by 8, right? There's the rook, the bishop, the knight, the king, the queen, and down through. So what I'm thinking is at some point I will need to try to put the rooms in their proper place. But the problem with that is that means that there would need to be rooms that don't have a piece, because this middle row here, that row would technically not have a piece in the initial board setup, right? You see where I'm coming from? So like I'm thinking I need to like try to arrange this like a starting chessboard with a room that is a rook room here, a room that is a pawn room in all of these 8 spaces, potentially all of these 8 spaces. I've not yet. I've only done days 1, 2, and 3. There is a little arrow thing. Can I see? Oh, okay. So I can see what my layout was in previous days. So here's a perfect example if you happen to not see the last times I played through, which they are available on my YouTube channel. They're available there, the VODs, and also here on Twitch, but both places. So here's day 3, here's day 2, here's day 1. So what I'm thinking is I need to figure out which rooms have pawns, and when I draw for rooms, when I'm like going through that door, pick a pawn room for a space that should have a pawn room. I got pretty darn close on day 2. The other thing that I need to remember is that starting now, I need to pay very close attention to 2 things. The lower rows, which are less likely to have locked doors. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. The other thing, I need to be aware of how many keys I'm getting from the lower sections that don't have as many locked doors, so that I can bring them up to the upper sections where the doors are more likely to be locked. Also, I need to be aware that I need to draft rooms that I haven't seen before. I need to make sure that I am drafting rooms that I have not seen before. So here's an example. I remember there not being a chess piece in this room. I don't think that there is one, and that makes sense to my theory about the chess piece room placement, because the middle row should not have a chess piece, in theory. And maybe this is the only room that doesn't have a chess piece, in which case that means I have to like try to make sure that the rest of the time I'm only ever in either this side or this side, and keep this completely blank, which would be a tall order, let's say. I'm gonna go right first. Okay, so I don't know. Let me pull open the map. Okay, so I can take the bedroom. That will have a way north. The storeroom is a dead end. I don't want to put that there. And then the corridor. I don't remember what the corridor has, but I think it was a pawn. So let me put the corridor there. And we'll see. No. Okay, the corridor is a blank space. So let me write that down so I don't forget it later. I'm going to make a section for blanks. Make a section for pawns, and then there are, of course, 16 pawns. And then rooks. I think the security room was a rook. No, sorry, that was a knight. Rooks, knights, bishops. What I've never seen, I don't think I've seen. I may have just not been paying attention when I drafted the room that has it. But what I've never seen is a queen or a king. I don't think. Queen, king. So there should be 2 rooms that are queens, 2 that are kings, 4 that are bishops, 4 that are knights, 4 that are rooks, 8 that are blanks, and then 16 that are pawns. In theory. The math checks out in theory. So I put the corridor here. I should not have put the corridor here. This should have been a pawn room, according to my cracked theory here. Okay. Now this should be a rook room. I don't recall. I don't recall whether any of these were rook rooms, but both of these luckily don't put the door outwards. I think it just doesn't do that in general. I don't think I've ever seen it try to do that. The parlor has the puzzle. I'm going to take the nook because I need early keys. This is a rook room. Look at that. Okay. The nook. So the corridor is a blank. And the nook is a rook. Excellent. You'd love to see it. All right, heading north. This should be a bishop. Now the chapel seems like an obvious bishop room, right? I feel like the spare room was empty or had none. I apologize if you can hear the crunching in the background. My dogs have a bone right now. The den. I don't remember what the den was, but we're gonna do a chapel. And I'm not gonna go in there. Yeah, I am. I don't have any coins for them to take anyway. This is a bishop room. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Chapelle is a bishop room. There are no anythings in here for me to pick up, it doesn't look like, so that's unfortunate. Left should be a pawn, and up should be a knight. Let me see if I can hit the security room. Okay. Could try the parlor. I feel like that's more likely to be a pawn room. And I don't have the gem. Whew. I don't remember if the closet is anything, but I'm gonna pick it just in case it is something so that I can at least make a note. Alright, I don't see any markings here, so turn that off. Garage should be on. That says cabinet. I'm not sure why that says cabinet. But there's no switch there anyway, so I guess it's a red herring. Dark room. is on. Gymnasium is on. Okay. I've played with these before and I don't know what they do. That's a problem for another time. But the keycard entry system is now off, so if I find the security room, I can turn off the security requirements. But that was a blank room, so I need to make note of that. The utility closet is a blank room. Now out here, I just need to pick what should be a pawn. The hallway could be a pawn. Let me see how these entrances work. Okay, that's not ideal. The storeroom could be a pawn. I don't remember. Getting the storeroom would give me the key, give me the gem, but as soon as I come back out and into the chapel, I would lose that gold. But I've made two dead ends at the chapel anyway, so I'll never need to come back. Or the observatory, which I don't have the gem for. So it's the storeroom. I think this is a pawn. This is a pawn. Okay, storeroom. Is a pawn. Wrote that down. Second key, first gem. I almost don't want to pick that up just because I know it'll be taxed from me immediately. And then there's this, which is the little stuffed animal that's out in my tent outside. Yeah, I'm not even going to pick that up because it's just going to be taxed from me immediately. Back with it. Alright. Back in the storeroom, not the storeroom, the entrance hall. I go straight, I need to pick blanks. The corridor was a blank, so I already messed that up. I go across. To pick a pawn. The kitchen is not a dead end, but I feel like it's probably not a pawn. But I'm not sure. The pantry feels more likely to be a pawn. Plus, I can finally get some gold. Yeah, let's see what the pantry does for us. This was a puzzle that I already kind of picked out. Because I had apples and bananas, and then oranges was the other bit. So the first thing I got was a banana, which was worth 3 steps, and then I got an apple, which was worth 2 steps. So that way I was able to figure out that oranges are worth 5 steps. I don't know why that. I don't know how that would be useful. But it does say the enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. I've never seen a way to leave coins behind. If there is a way, that's what this is asking for, but to say that 4 coins is enough to buy 5 apples, 5 bananas, and 5 oranges is ridiculous. There's no way. But wait a second. Maybe they already did that, and the 4 coins that I just picked up. Hold on. If they already did that, and the 4 coins I just picked up was the remainder of what was paid. What does that mean? I could theoretically, if I knew how much a banana is, I think a banana was 2 coins in the kitchen the one time I've drafted that so far. So if I knew what a banana cost, and I knew what an apple cost, and I knew what an orange cost, theoretically I could do the math, figure out how much money was left here in the first place that someone then took, used, and brought back 4 coins and left behind. Bridget. Anyway, here's an apple. That'll give me 2 steps. Okay, this one is going to need to be a pawn. I know this is a knight. Security, I'm okay, maybe I'm not 100% certain, but I'm fairly certain that's a knight. So, that being the case, I should probably pick the den, because if I pick the closet, the only other way for me to go is north from the entrance hall. So I'm going to go with den right now. And hope that this is a pawn room. And it is. Look at that. All right. Den. You are a pawn room. You had a gem in you. Look at that. Now I've got 2 gems and 2 keys. 4 coins. I think that's it. It does concern me how many clocks there are in that room. I think maybe that could be significant somehow, but I have no idea how at this point. Alright, this should be a bishop. The West Wing Hall I have never drafted. The bunk room I have. The guest bedroom I think I have. So, remembering point number 2 of what I'm trying to do here, I need to remember to draft rooms that I've never drafted before. The West Wing Hall has a scrap of paper for a staff notice from 1983 on June 15th. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice, while the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool. We ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any main drafts. What? Does that mean? Okay, so here's what I'm picking up from this. Either the Lady Clara Epson really liked the West Wing, and therefore they are not drafting the West Wing out of her respect for it, or the Lady Clara Epson died in the West Wing, which is concerning on its own. I think people are supposed to be dying in this building, but okay, so this is a blank. This room, I'm not seeing any chess pieces. Wait a second. Do you see this? What is that E right there? Do you see that? And then it's also on like the outside border. All right, I'm writing this under blank. West Wing Hall. However, that is where I'm standing right now, that E. Is that significant somehow? Does it know where it gets drafted and this image is different every time? And why is it an E? I don't think forgex really applies in this situation, but maybe. We're trying to figure out why the Lady Clara Epson theoretically died here in June of 1983. Maybe not here, but like they closed off the west wing of the building because of her death in 1983. That's my current mystery. But if we go down here, I should see if I can get another rook room. The boudoir, the guest bedroom, or the bedroom. I don't remember if I've gotten the boudoir yet. Oh, I did. I remember this now. This is where the safe is. Right. That's the safe when it was brand new. It's installed inside this wall now, behind the mannequin and the mirror. I don't know how this picture is helpful, though. If it is helpful. Maybe it's just a picture. But it seems like nothing in this game is just something. Is there a chess piece here? Got a key. I'm not immediately seeing a chess piece. So I'm thinking this is a blank. And I have no clue what this combo could even possibly be. No clue. This is all bricked up. I really hope these pictures, these drawings are not relevant somehow, because if they are, my notes are entirely insufficient. All right. This will be a knight. However, both of these are dead ends, so I'm gonna have to go for this one. Use one of my gems. Are you also a blank? And I was way off, I think, on my theory. Are there any chess pieces back there? I don't see any. What's for sale? I have enough to buy a gem, but I don't have enough to buy anything else. I've never had a salt shaker. I have had a sledgehammer. I think that just broke open chests, which isn't horrible. Metal detector, I don't think I've ever had that either. What is this? Dirigiblocks? Okay. How do I turn this on? Guess it's not plugged in. I did turn off the power already for the security system. Maybe that makes a difference. Alright, going inwards. This should be a pawn room. Courtyard feels like the right choice, considering both of these are both dead ends. But 2 items is good, and 10 steps is good too. And I don't have a shovel, so the courtyard is kind of useless right now. But it has more exits. I'll go for the courtyard. Hopefully I won't need that gem again later. Oh look, it gave me a shovel. I found an unremarkable rock in that hole. And this one. A few old coins. How many? 3. 3 coins, not bad. Could have been worse. Alright, so this is going to need to be a nothing room. I feel like the spare room was a nothing room. Alright, I need to make sure that there aren't any chess pieces here. I don't see any. So I'm going to put this in the blank section. This was the courtyard. The blank section is filling up faster than I thought it would. Theoretically, if my theory is right, there should be a total of 8 blanks, and so far I found 5 of them, which seems like a lot. And this one also has no chess piece, so this also needs to go in the blank, and that makes 6. So I found almost all of them. If my theory's right. If my theory's wrong, then, you know, then my theory's wrong. I guess I should be calling it a hypothesis until I can get some evidence, right? All right, this way needs to be a pawn. The bedroom would allow us to carry on and give us a couple of steps. The hallway leads us to 2 nowheres, so I'm not doing that. And the nursery is a dead end. So, bedroom it is. And actually, before I do that, I feel like I want to come back here and go to this spot and draft that. So let me do that. I know it's probably just a waste of steps, but I would like to fill it in. As long as I'm picking as many rooms as possible, I'll have the highest likelihood of picking new rooms that I haven't seen before. And also, now that I'm keeping track of which rooms have which chess pieces, it'll also be helpful to see what comes out of that. The nursery, I don't have the gem for. The dining room, I have not reached rank 8, and I probably won't, considering I've already used half of my steps today. So I'm going to take the closet and hope that it's got a couple of good items in it. The sledgehammer, which I've had before, which can open trunks even if I don't have a key. And a single ivory die. While drafting, you may use the die to roll new floor plans. Okay. I like that. That's good. This is a blank, though, it looks like. I don't see any chess pieces in here. And this is the closet. But if it's a blank, that means it's in the right space, because I want to put the blanks here in the middle column. Yeah, just want to make sure. Okay. Now it's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more steps to get to the bedroom again. I do have 7 coins now. Maybe I can buy something. I don't need the sledgehammer. Should I get the salt shaker? I've never had it before. I can find out what it does at least. Metal detector's out of my price range and probably will stay that way. I'll take the salt shaker. Whenever you eat food and gain steps, gain 1 extra step. You know, that's not awful, but it's also not helpful right now for me. I could see it being helpful on a different run. At least now I know what it does. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, perfect. So now it would have been 2, and now it becomes 3 with the salt shaker. Salted apples, delicious. All right, this is a pawn room. As it turns out, this is a bedroom. And this is a pawn room. It's a regular bedroom. It's a spiffing top hat there. It's like a weird, interesting, puzzle-looking thing. Sculpture, I guess. There's this person. This person I've seen before. I'm wondering if this is maybe the person that it was talking about who passed away back in 1983. Potentially in the West Wing. She's got this moon necklace, which I feel like is important somehow. I will remember this. Lots of pyramids. I don't know what's up with that. Is that? Yeah, that's a. They're both transparent glass pyramids, I guess. And then Reddington, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's nearby or what. All right, going north. This should be another pawn room. Should be. I don't have any gems, and the passageway requires 2, so that's definitely a no-go. The guest bedroom is a dead end, so that's definitely a no-go. The hallway, though, is theoretically something that could be useful. So let's try that. This note I've seen before. It's on red, and it's printed. I was told that blue notes are true and red notes are false, but the red notes are only false when it's not handwritten, and this is not handwritten. So this is actually false. Doors in the West Wing are not more likely to be locked. Does that mean they're less likely to be locked, or does that mean they're just the same amount of likely to be locked. I'm not sure. But ignore that because that's bad info. I don't see a chess piece, which means I think this is another blank. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. Maybe there's the pictures on the wall don't mean anything, I don't think. A match and a pine tree. Sure. Hallway's a blank. Now, if my hypothesis is in any way accurate, that means that was the last blank. All of the rest of the rooms that I draft have a chess piece in them. If I'm right, and that's a big if. All right, if I go here, I always forget this part. Is the queen on the left and the king on the right? Is that how that works? I can't remember. Either way, it's either the king or the queen. I don't have a gem, so this is a guest bedroom. Unfortunately. However, that does give me a bunch of steps. So it's actually not bad. But it's a one-time thing. I've already been in this room. I've read that note. Is there a chess piece? This is a pawn. This is a pawn room. Interesting. It's the guest bedroom. Okay. This does not disprove my hypothesis. And that's okay. And it gave me more steps, but now literally the only way forward is through this. And I just have to hope that it doesn't give me 3 dead-end options. Because if it does, then I'm stuck. There's nothing else I'd be able to do. Alright, it did give me 1 dead-end option. But it also gives me the parlor and then makes that a dead end by pointing the next hallway in the wrong direction. Or the observatory, which I don't have the gem for, so I am screwed. This is the end of the run. So what do I want to check? I can take the observatory and hope that whatever the star, whatever the constellation is, gives me something useful, but I don't remember what. I've got 3, I think, right now. I don't remember what the 4th star is. I do have the die. I think I'll redraw. Alright, drawing room is a solid choice. Nursery's a dead end and bunk room's a dead end. So we're going to take the... That requires a gem. Alright, we're going to take the bunk room. Because that's literally the only choice that I can take. And we're going to see if there's a chess piece in here. And there's the hamster. What's up, buddy? Take that gun. There's a Simon and Herbie situation. I think, am I Simon? Is the player character Simon? 2 gems, too little, too late. And yet there they are. 2 pawns. Now, I don't know if that's significant somehow. It says it counts as 2 bedrooms, and it is represented by 2 pawns. But that doesn't, according to my chess piece room hypothesis, that doesn't make sense. Because every room needs to have either empty or 1 chess piece. If there are, I go to the room directory, there are 46 rooms, but if there are if there are 46 rooms and the 46th room is hidden, that's the one I have to find in order to beat the game or whatever. That's the one I've been tasked with finding so that I can keep the property. So that means there's 45. And then removing hold on, did I do the math wrong on this? So if there's 45 of them, so it'd be 37 if I remove the blanks. Does that math? Hold on. I don't think that maths. Because there should be 8 times 4, or 32 rooms. Interesting. Okay, maybe I did the math wrong here. So there's 9 ranks, not 8. Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense to me. So if there's Rook, Bishop, Knight, Queen, King, Knight, Bishop, Rook. And then there's an upper layer which has the antechamber in it. For a total of 45. So the top row I'm not accounting for, I guess. In my theory. It's fine. Either way, I will mark this down as this is the bunk room. This is a pawn room. But if it's a pawn room in the way that I think that it should be, is still up for debate. The Trinsdale Mystery. The Turtles of Vera. Some down there that I can't read. I think that's the Turtles of Vera too. If there's no way to zoom in, I assume it's not worth even looking at. So here's a checkers board. That's not a chess board, but it's close. You know? Am I trying to play chess on a checkers board? Maybe. Is the game making fun of me? Almost certainly. I think I should just call it a day instead of walking all the way out. Day 4 took me about 47 minutes. Not very good. I did get 2 new rooms though, that's true. That is worth pointing out. Alright, let's carry on. Straight back in we go. We go forward. Let's see, the closet and the utility closet are both blanks. The nook is a rook, so I'm not going to pick the nook right now. I'll take the closet. I think that makes sense connected to the entrance chamber anyway. Give me a key and some shoes? Question mark. What is a pair of running shoes? Occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. How does it know if I'm traveling a longer distance? Okay. That's fine. This is fine. This needs to be a pawn room. This is a blank. This is a blank. This is a knight. Right, so it won't always give me an optimal option, an optimal choice. Why does this room exist? Why is this here? How is this useful? Why include this room? If I'm a developer of the game, why include this room? If it's just a nothing. Is it maybe not a nothing if it gets drafted in the specific spot that it needs to be in, maybe? I don't know. The nook is a rook. The rook is a nook. I don't remember what the parlor was, so let's find out what the parlor is as in terms of chess piece. If it is anything, which is not guaranteed. Get the spinny key. Yeah. It's the feller himself. Is there a... Okay, this is a pawn room. So the parlor is a pawn room. Let's write that down. All right. One is telling the truth, one is lying, and one you can't really tell. But as soon as you know whether 2 are telling the truth or 2 are lying, then you know what the other one is doing. You're in the parlor. That is true. This box is empty. I don't know, maybe. The blue box is true. That is true. So that's true, and that's true. That means this is lying. So that means this box is not empty and has 2 gems inside. Look at that. Heading northwards. This should be a bishop. The corridor is a blank. The utility closet is a blank. And the guest bedroom is a pawn. So these are not ideal options for me. However, the corridor gives me something that's not a dead end at the very least. So I'm going to do that. Let me just make a quick check to make sure there are no chess pieces here, because I could very well have missed one. No, I don't see any. All right, upwards, onwards and upwards. This is going to be a knight, or it should be a knight. It is not a knight. The drawing room requires a gem, but I haven't drawn it to check to see what chess piece it has. So let's do that. Let's see what chess piece is in the drawing room. I see a pawn here. That's interesting. So the drawing room is a pawn. Very good to know. Yeah, the drawing room allows you to redraw. I like having the windows. I am going to go inwards, though. So we need to theoretically have a pawn room here. The guest bedroom is a pawn room, so I'll take that. That'll give me some more steps at least. And also a compass. Leading north more frequently. That's always good. North is where we're trying to get. There's the pawn up there. All right, so this should be, in theory, queen, I think. I know that none of these are a queen. And I've also drafted all of these before. The nook is a rook. The bedroom is a pawn, and the pantry is... Did I not write down the pantry? I thought I drafted it. Curious. I guess I didn't write it down. Oops. Either way, I'm going to redraw and hope that I get something new. I did not, in fact, get something new. The courtyard is blank, so that should go in the middle. So I'm not going to do that right now. The utility closet is also a blank, so I'm not going to do that right now. The den is a pawn. Which is not ideal, but it gives me a gem at least. There's the pawn. Let's go inwards. The nook for a key. The locksmith to buy keys, but that's a dead end. And the commissary is also a dead end in this configuration. So I think I'm going to take the nook, even though I know that's a rook. And this should technically be a pawn. Although I've never drawn a locksmith before, so maybe I should just do that. Yeah, right now, I'm focused on two things. Draw rooms that I've never drawn before, and check to see what chess piece is in rooms that I have drawn before. I don't have any coins, so this is useless to me. I don't see any chess pieces. No. Changing my position isn't causing chess pieces to arrive. So the match in the tree again. Why do I keep seeing that? There's a lockbox here. I only have one key, and I don't know what's in there, if anything. Could be nothing. Let me see if this door needs a key first. You know, just once I'd like to be wrong. Is that too much to ask? To be wrong one time? If this doesn't give me a key, and I find out later that that chest did give me a key or two, I would be angry. So I'm going to open the chest first. And in the worst case scenario, I can just walk back to the entrance hall and go the other way. Okay. I'm good with that. Alright, according to my calculus, this should be a king room, but I've never seen a king room. So maybe they don't exist. And instead, I should pick something else. Storeroom gives me one of everything, which is theoretically useful. I picked the pantry before, and I did not write down on my notepad which category it fell into, and I could use the coins, so I'm going to do that. Take the apple, take the coins. Alright, now I need to check to see if there are any chess pieces in here. If there are not, then my hypothesis is wrong. Because in theory, I've already found all of the other blank rooms. I do not, I do not see any other chess pieces. So I think that's that. Set the egg timer? No. Climb the ladder? No. Is there a chess piece that I'm just not seeing that's obvious? No. Anyway. Let me just rearrange a little bit in my notepad so that I can make room for when I am wrong. This is the pantry, and it has it has nothing. It has no chess piece. So if the antechamber has no chess piece, then the entire top row might have no chess piece. So that would give me room for my hypothesis to be correct still. Sort of. Because I haven't made it to rank 9 yet, so I don't know what is supposed to go up there. You know? Okay, that's fine. I just got a bunch of coins. I can go back to the locksmith and buy a key or possibly more. I can buy 1 key. I have purchased 1 key. Alright, going inwards, we are looking for something that's likely to be a pawn. I do have gems. The commissary... It looks like I did not draft the commissary last time. And I definitely didn't get the observatory last time either. I would remember that. But let's do the observatory this time. That does make it a dead end, but as I said before, we can just go this way. The entrance hall, as long as I have enough steps to make it back there, which I should. Okay. Observatory is a knight. I'm fairly certain that the security room is also a knight. And then that would be 2 out of the 4. I'm finding right now the 4th, so this should give me a gem. There we go. I really hope that these drawings are not important somehow. I'm sure that they are. I'm sure that I am trying to trick myself into thinking that they aren't important somehow. Right now I gotta go back all the way and down to the entrance hall again to start over on the west. So this should be a pawn in theory. The storeroom is a pawn, but it's a dead end, so that would be game over. The bedroom is also a pawn. It could go that way. The security room is a rook. Sorry, not a rook, a knight. I'm pretty sure it's a knight. I think the music just started because I walked into the observatory. I'm not sure. That's the only thing that really changed. Some things the game reacts in a certain way. Like the very first time I walked into the security room, there was like a whole cutscene. So I guess it was important that I find that. I do have the 2 gems, so I could do the security room, but like I said, I think it's also a knight, and this is a pawn spot, not a knight spot. So I'm gonna do the bedroom, which is a pawn, as you can see here. There is the possibility for there to be something in here, but I don't see anything. Oh, never mind. There's a gem. I got 3 gems. Alright, heading north. This should also be a pawn. The nook is a rook. I remember that because it's easy to remember. The kitchen I don't think I've had yet. The hallway was a blank. So I'm gonna do the kitchen to find out what chess piece that is. If any. I am not seeing one immediately. Is this a blank? Down on the shelves? No. Alright, seems like this is a blank then. I don't have any money to buy anything with. But I would certainly like some wood-fired pizza. Even if it does have mushrooms on it. If it was IRL, I would definitely not want any mushrooms on it. So I could click this, or it's saying that if I had a furnace, I could click it and I would get 10 more steps. A total of 30 instead of 20. Which would be nice, and I've never drafted a furnace before. I don't know how far you'd have to go for that. But this is confirming that the banana is 2 coins. And so I'm just writing that down because it could be relevant to another puzzle. And the kitchen is a blank. It did not have any chess pieces in it. Alright. Heading onwards to the west. This should be a bishop room. And there's a chapel. As we all know, the chapel is a bishop room for sure. Security, I'm pretty sure, is a knight. Breaker box is... The utility closet is a blank. So I'm taking the chapel. I don't have any coins for them to steal anyway. There's the bishop. If I head back down this way, the nook is a rook. And I'll be able to get a key. So I'm gonna do that. Boom. Boom. There's the rook. It's all bricked up and good to go. This is our only way forward. This is going to have to be a night. Okay. Okay. I can't put a dead end here. Or at least, I don't want to put a dead end here because that would be the end of the game, the end of the day. The dark room, I don't think I've ever drafted before. So I don't know what chess piece that is. The commissary, I think I might have gotten once before. But again, I don't have that one on my list of what chess pieces it has. So I could either go dark room or commissary. I think I've gotten the commissary before. So I'm going to take the dark room because I've never gotten that one before. Ugh. I don't like the light one out like that. Hello? I'm not seeing any chess pieces. So I'm not feeling great about this. For real. Whatever, I'll use a gem. Oh, the courtyard. Not bad. Could have been worse. I don't have a shovel. I do have a key. But the gymnasium, I don't think I've drafted that one yet either. But I'll deal with that later. Let me open this chest and see what's in here. Bunch of gems. So the gem causes me to lose 2 steps. But I got a set of car keys. The courtyard I've already checked, that had nothing. There was no chess pieces in there. The gymnasium, I'm not seeing any chess pieces in here either. So I'm gonna put that in blanks. And then I'm gonna go north. No, not khakis. Khakis. Alright, the storeroom. The storeroom was a pawn. The boudoir. The boudoir was a blank. So that might be the right choice. And then the nursery, I did not write down. So I'm not sure what that does. I've got enough gems for it, but that makes it a dead end. But I do have 2 other ways up. Let's just do that. Into the nursery. There's a pawn. The nursery is a pawn room. Jim, we've got a picture book, and it looks like the cover is a red prince. The name of the book is The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and the bed. And maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book, the red book we just read. Okay. Let me process what just happened here. So I'm playing a game called The Blue Prince, and I just read a book in the game called The Red Prince about me reading the book called The Red Prince. Did I get that right? Don't answer. I don't want to know. I don't think... I don't know. Honestly, I don't know about that one because there are potential copyright issues with just reading stuff, you know? I don't want it to be considered a performance of a work of which I do not have the rights to perform. You know what I mean? Prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color. True is in italics there. I wonder if that's important. So there was a note that said, in the security room, there's a note that says that all of the notes in blue are true and all the ones in red are false, except if the one in red is handwritten. Then it's true. I'm a dude disguised as a dude played by another dude. Canary crow, white, never looked up. So if I go outside and look up, I don't remember if I looked up. I don't remember if I looked up in the first stream. I know I haven't even been outside in the second one. And then it starts talking about this book. Bath and bed. So the bathroom and the bedroom are two of the rooms that I can draft. Is that important? Somehow, maybe? What does that say? The prince had a love for all things red. Wait, is that the same page? Yeah, okay, it is this page. Lobster, fire hydrant, stop sign, apples, roses, wagon, little wagon, flags. I don't know if that's important. Story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince in his book. The red book we just read. Why is that about me, though? Is that like a not so subtle dig on what the main character was like as a kid? Last time they were in here, in this building. Look at this goose with a bonnet. You ever see a goose with a bonnet on? Not one that big, I bet. That's a giant goose. That's a man-sized goose. It's like a street light here. Why is there street lights here? It seems a little weird. Anyway, that was a pawn room. It was a dead end, but when I walk through the nursery and then out to the courtyard, I should be able to go north. Again. This should be a pawn room. I've never drafted the pool. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. What? Hold on. Okay. So there are rooms that I have to draft in order to get other rooms? I don't think I care for that. I didn't know that. That's not cool. I mean, I can do it and I'm gonna do it, but like, that's messed up, dude. So I can only get the locker room, sauna, and pump room if I already have the pool. Is there a chess piece in here? My character doesn't want to go into the pool. Doesn't want to get wet, I guess. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day unless otherwise stated. No running. You know what? I'm running right now. See that? Breaking the law. 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 They can't stop me. They can only hope to contain me. I could do a hallway. Have I tried a hallway? I did try a hallway, and that's a blank. I can't. Yeah, I mean, you heard that last one, how crackly that was. If I try to go higher, nothing will come out. So the hallway I've tried. The storeroom is a pawn, but then I will need to go all the way back down to the dark room and head north again from there. Which I guess isn't that horrible of a thing. The commissary I don't have noted. And I do have the gem for it, but I don't know what, like, I don't know what chess piece it might be, you know? So there's that. I'll just take the storeroom and go back to the dark room and see what happens. The storeroom, I at least know, is a pawn room, as you can see right there. This is... What the heck is that? A broken lever? Which could prove useful. In what way? Alright, back down to the dark room and then north. Claim to... Oh, okay, that's the, That's the coat check. That's the coat check room. I'm gonna take the gem room and just hope for the best. It's the garage! Hey! Wait, do I have the car keys? I've never been in the garage while I have the car keys. Game changer. Is there a chess piece? I am not seeing one. I'm not seeing Juan. There are a few keys here that I will definitely take. I don't see a chess piece. And that's a problem for me. Unless there's a chess piece in the car? Can I start the car? I've got the car keys. Door open. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights. A small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Hold on. But you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. What cat? What's in the trunk? Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. Okay. So, here's the deal. This was a dead end. That was it. This is the end of the day. And now that upgrade disc is going to be out of my inventory tomorrow. I don't even know what this means. Wait. Upgrade one of your floor plans. What does that mean? Like a room changes somehow? Or... Skinner! Mrs. Babbage. Is that the cat? Is that who they're referring to when they say the cat might want to get some air? Alright, so in order to get the upgrade disc... That's not a cat. That's Aurora Borealis. In order to get the upgrade disc, I need the car keys, and then I need to find the garage. This is the first day... What is this? Day 5 is the first time I've had that combination happen. And through circumstances, it has ended up with me drawing that as the last thing of all of the things. And I can't get another thing. Because that was the end. That was a dead end. That was it. I can hit this button, but it doesn't do anything. Can I start the vehicle? No. There's no other way for me to go. I can't get into this square, and I can't go north from any of these squares. I can't go to the side from any of these squares. So that's it. That's it. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. That's it. That's all I can do. I did get 4 new rooms. That's pretty good. I feel like that's pretty good. However, this seems like a good time for me to take a quick break, so I will be right back. I will be right back. All right, let's go. Hi, Emmett. All right, let's see what's going on in here. Gonna go left. Now, this should be a pawn room. The den, I don't think I've... Oh no, the den is a pawn room. Okay, so I'm gonna take the den. Seems ideal. Yeah, it's like, you know, blue prints, but it's like blueprints, you know? That gem. There's the pawn. All the clocks. The time. The candlestick that's knocked over. This is a revelation for me. You know? Wise man once said, every time the wind blows, everything you don't know turns into a revelation. All right, this one should be a rook. And so far, I've only found one rook, and that is the nook. I do have a gem. I could do the observatory. The observatory was a knight, though. The bedroom. The pantry was nothing. The bedroom is a pawn. I'm going to do the observatory anyway. I don't remember what the 5-star constellation is, though. Let's find out. Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. I feel like I'm probably going to squander that, but okay. Like this seems like a momentous thing. Something that I should be paying attention to. But yeah, there's the knight. What's the next one after 5? 7. Apples are extra delicious. And then 8, get a key. And then 11, you have 5 gems, my goodness. And then 12 is a lot of dead end rooms. Yep. Alright, we go north from here. This should be a bishop. What is a secret passage? I don't have a gem. I don't have a gem to get the secret passage. I am sad. I'm sad that I don't have a gem with which to get the secret passage. I'm thinking the storeroom would make it a dead end, and the storeroom is a pawn. The nook is a rook at least, so it should be on the outer edge. But and also it gives an extra way to go. but it does not give me that sweet gem that apparently I really, really needed right now. But anyway, I'm going to do the Nook, I guess. Get that key. There's the Rook. Oh, a magnifying glass. Okay. That's alright. Let's test it out. Make sure it works. Sinclair has many more secrets that he will take to his grave. This is concerning to me. Do you see that square that's like boop and then boop and then boop and then boop? I don't know what that means. Is that supposed to be a representation of the antechamber? Because that is kind of what that looks like. It's like this wall, this wall, this wall, this wall, with only the doors in the middle. Maybe. What? I've never seen any of these rooms before. The Great Hall, it looks like there's 4 like openings, but these ones seem inaccessible. What's up with that? Do these doors open? Can I go through these doors still? Huh. I mean, I don't want to pull a red because reds usually have downsides. Maybe you have to guess the right door to get the real door behind it. Maybe. That's some big brain action. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. That's bad. Like reducing that, and it seems like it's a go forward thing. It's not just from this room. And this one is just straight up lose half your steps. That's ridiculous. Is that every time I walk through, or is that just the first time I walk through? It doesn't specify. The Great Hall, I have 1 key. All 7 of those doors are locked. It's not good options on any of these, but they all have 4 exits, which is what the observatory said that I would have. And I've never picked any of these before, so I guess it's up to me to... Okay. I'm thinking archives. The weight room must have something important in it. Well, that's the thing. I'm thinking archives because it probably has some documents in it, right? It's the archives. The archives, like it should have some stuff, some lore in there that I can go and at least have that as a takeaway from this run. Skinner. The weight room, I don't know. And the Great Hall, I don't have enough keys. Like, if I open all 7 of those doors, is there something behind, like, this one, this one, this one, and this one that would be worthwhile? I have no way of knowing. I'm gonna do the archives, though. There's gotta be something in here that makes it worthwhile. These are all locked. I feel like this is where the government put the Ark of the Covenant. I've seen this. This is the same motif with the 4 stars. Is that important somehow? I've seen that in a few different rooms, I think. I'm already past that day, though. Only I could crawl up into the vents and crawl around the different rooms from there. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honor? 85. Wait, Marigold. That's the person who wrote the children's book I just read. Marion Marigold. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book, Swimbird, has been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success, the niece and closest living relative of Baron H.S. Sinclair. Mary began using Marigold as her pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. I don't know that is helping me at all. That was August 1985. January 1986, Swimbird author never considered herself success. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I had always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime. And so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there." Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red, a statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed that book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Okay. So hold on a second. Is this my character's mother? The niece of Baron H.S. Sinclair, and I am a nephew of that guy. Great nephew? I don't remember. Next page. There's a next page, everybody. November 86, publisher and author detained by Red Guard questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier, naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Black Water. What is going on right now? Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday. maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Caleb Manning and Philip White. November 17th, Reddington Herald, Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press. Is that them? Ruffington Press, yeah. Citing personal reasons, the announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Manning and White at press function. I don't think I recognize them. This guy kind of looks like Sinclair a little bit, I guess. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the waved down a local meh. This is the third major last year. It is anticipate charged by the Crown. Manning was the last Trial begins on 2. Expected to last up to with grand treason. February 87. So it's like a 2-year time frame here. No trace is discovered of Cinca heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. She's got a swan necklace. The same one that she had on here. Can't tell. That's her. September 2nd. This was February 87. September 2nd, I'm assuming also 87. Reddington Herald. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aries have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles. At least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds, dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night to reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to have been stolen is the renowned ruby crown of the Orinda Ares, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. Why are these all in the same scrapbook? This has concerning implications. If Marigold is my character's mother, then this person could be a member of RLCF, whatever that stands for. That's certainly not an anagram for, or not a acronym for the Children of Blackwater. What could RLCF stand for? And then Marigold drops them less than a week later, and then goes missing in February of the following year. And then September of that year, priceless jewels are stolen in the form of the ruby crown of Orinda Ares, which is one of the things that the Red Prince really enjoys, if I remember from the children's book, is having a ruby crown. Royal Liberation Canadian Fighters. Maybe. Very possible. Am I missing any chess pieces in here? I'm not seeing any. That doesn't mean that it's not here and I'm just not seeing it. Let's go across. I think this one doesn't have any chess pieces. because I went to the archives, so I don't get to know what this is. I don't have any gems, so I can't draft the other ones, so it's gonna have to be this one. And it's the dark room. You know, and of course I need to draft the utility closet to be able to turn the lights on in here. So I guess I'm going back to the archives and going north from there. I've never seen the rotunda before. I've never seen the weight room before, and I have no idea what this is. So, rule number one for what I'm doing right now, I need to make sure that I'm always getting any rooms that I haven't gotten before. So I'm getting the weight room. It's gonna take away half of my steps, which is pretty brutal. But maybe something will come out of it. Was wrong. Nothing will come out of it. There are no chess pieces. There is no lore. There's a drawing of a necktie and a drawing of a cake dish, or is that a fountain? I don't know. Something. And that's that. That's it. It's moving, right? Yeah, I can see it moving. See the minute hand moving. Cool. Cool. Right, let's go this way. The furnace. Why would I do that? Alright, because I've never drawn it before. Alright. Dead end furnace. Here we are. Is there anything? If I had a shovel, there's a spot for me to dig right there. I do not have a shovel. Cool. Excellent. No chess pieces. Alright, the dark room, no chess pieces. The archives, no chess pieces. The weight room, no chess pieces. The furnace, no chess pieces. So I'm starting to think that the red rooms just do not have chess pieces. Which maybe makes sense, considering the considering that they have their own separate section here. There's only one red room I've never drafted, so I'm doing pretty good there. There's a lot of shops I haven't gotten. There's 5 of those. I've basically only ever gotten one green room, and apparently there's a bunch of those that I haven't gotten. The hallways, also seem to have no chess pieces. The bedrooms, the bedroom, the like standard bedroom is a pawn. The guest bedroom is also a pawn. The nursery is a pawn, and the bunk room is 2 pawns. The boudoir, I didn't see any chess pieces in the boudoir. But the remaining rooms here all of these, the rest of these, well, not all of them. Some of them have things and some don't. Like, for instance, the closet does not. The parlor does. The billiard room I haven't checked, but I think it does. The entrance hall does not. Spare room does not. Storeroom does. That's a pawn. Actually, I've barely seen any of these rooms. It's vaguely concerning. I don't know how much more of this game there is for me to experience, but it seems like there's a lot. I don't have the shovel, so I can't do anything with that, so that means I am going straight through here. The maid's chamber is the last one that I've never drafted. So that's what I'm doing. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. Mrs. Babbage. I don't think there's anything here to be hidden. But that should mean that I've gotten all the red rooms, right? Yeah. Okay. Good to know. Mila? Mila? Wait. Wait, in the chapel, there's one of the stained glasses is a maid with a broom. And now I know the name of that maid with the broom. Interesting. I don't think I recognize any of these people. That looks like the courtyard, though. I think they're in the courtyard. There's the goose with the bonnet again. Keeps coming up. No. I was going to say the hat might be in the picture, but I don't see it. All right. Back to the weight room and then north. don't have any gems, so it's the chapel for me. It was number 5 here. That's Mila. In what way is that relevant to anything? Maybe it's not, but that's Mila. It's probably not relevant to anything. If we're being honest with ourselves here. So many red rooms that I've drafted. The lavatory. I don't have a gem for the garage, so that one's out. I guess it's maybe worth. Oh, right. The chapel is the only red room that does have a chess piece. It's got a bishop. Gotta remember that. Some red rooms do have something. Okay. Can't get the garage. I don't know what this is, but the lavatory is a dead end. And also useless, I think. Unless there's something in there that is potentially useful that I missed. Since we're going all red rooms, let me just throw a lavatory in here, I guess. It's too bad the toilet doesn't flush. Rule 1 of video game design: if you're going to put a toilet in, it needs to flush. Alright, what do we got here? 2 things I can't take and then 1 I can. And what do you know? It's the gym. Ugh. Cut my steps in half and then take away 2 just for entering the gym. That's pretty harsh. Oople Sports. Like a stage and a flower. Is this room taller than the other rooms? Is that why it's allowed to have windows like that? I guess. Yep. Can't afford that. I would like to get that, but can't afford it, so I'm gonna take the. Oh my goodness. Well, I got the shovel at least. Where was the? Where was the dirt patch? There was a dirt patch in. Wasn't the chapel or the lavatory? It was the weight room? The weight room have a dirt patch? No, it was the archives? The furnace! It was the furnace. That's right, I remember now. Furnace has a dirt patch that I can dig up. The shovel. A worthless old brick. Not worth picking up. Everybody point and laugh. I don't have enough footprints to make it all the way back. So I'm just going to pass out at the entrance hall. Yep. There it is. That's the first time I've used up all my footsteps. Four new rooms, that's not bad. Scarlet Cottage. Okay, so that's because I got as many red rooms as I did. Did I get every red room? Maybe I did. I think there's only 6, right? Or 8? I guess I drafted 8, so it must be 8 at least. Let's go again. I don't know if my brain is big enough for this game. I think its expectations for me are too high. Room directory. Red rooms. Yeah, I had every single red room in that. That's ridiculous. Herbert S. Sinclair. The parlor is... The parlor is a pawn, so I'm going to take the parlor. That feels right and appropriate. Key. Right, we've got... This is the middle box. That is a lie. Gems are in the middle box. That's questionable. This box is the middle box. That's a lie. So this one is true. And therefore the gems are in the middle box. So let me open the middle box so I get the gems. Like so. Like that. Right, and this is a pawn because there's a pawn there in that cabinet thing. This should be another pawn based on placements, so I'm going to pick the nursery, which gives me 5 steps every time I draft a bedroom. Which means now if I get the bunk room, I get 10, because that counts as 2 bedrooms. There's the pawn. And this is the room that had the 2 dice. Yo. Alright, I'll take it. But this is the room that has the Red Prince book in it. By Marion Marigold. Red crown made of rubies. Wait a second. Wait a second. The bunk room has... The bunk room has a journal in it that's written by 2 people. Simon, which is the main character here that I'm playing as, and then someone else. Whose name I forget, but if they are brothers, then maybe Simon is the Blue Prince because he's not the Red Prince, and the Red Prince, this book was written for Simon's brother. But we don't know where Simon's brother is, and we don't know where Simon's mother is, Marion Marigold. All we know from the archive room is that Marion Marigold disappeared. And then a red crown was stolen. Okay. Right. Bridge. Wait. Bridge. Hold on. Bridge. Beside bridge. In the pantry, there's a note addressed to Bridget, but the word bridge in the name Bridget is written, and then the rest of it is like in type. So the word bridge was important from that note. And then there was another note where something similar happened, and the word beside was written. The rest of the note was typed in, was like in print. So beside bridge is potentially important, and there's a bridge here. I don't see anything beside the bridge aside from this prince and the water's going underneath of it. So maybe this is not the bridge that it's referring to, but need to pay attention to bridges just in case. But either way, at least I've got those 2 dice now, and I still have 1 gem. The hallway is a blank, I think. Yes. The closet is definitely a blank. The den is a pawn, I think. Yeah, the den's a pawn. Front-loading items seems like a good idea, so I'm going to do that. Another die, and then some shoes. Okay, so it really does not want me to run out of steps this time, it seems like. And also, it wants to give me as many rerolls as it can. But this is now my only way forward, so I need to be careful. Cannot draw a dead end now. The pantry is a nothing. The corridor is a nothing. The storeroom. The storeroom is a pawn. I can't take the storeroom though because it's a dead end. Okay, so here's my logic. I don't want to use the corridor right now because it says corridor is always left unlocked. As you go north, you're more likely to hit locks. You're more likely to need keys. But if you save the corridor as long as possible to get north and use it up there, it's a guaranteed unlocked door. So statistically, it makes more sense to save that and use it further up. The pantry The pantry gives coins, which is good. Always good. You never know when you're going to need some coins. Especially if you can avoid drafting the chapel. Because that one taxes you. But you can save up coins and use them at a store, which, again, I've only ever drafted one store tile, or one or two. 2 or 3. I should check that again. Alright, let me get the coins. I don't want to waste a reroll yet. I know this gives me a banana too. Yeah. Then we can head north this way. Security is tempting. Hallway does not give us the option to go left, which I kind of want to do. Security does give us that option. But not north. These ones would let us go north. This one forces us to go west. And uses my one and only gem. I'm gonna redraw. I know I said I didn't want to use it yet, but I've got 3 of them, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. The commissary is tempting. I don't know what kind of stuff they might have for sale. Corridor, again, I don't want to use that yet. And this would make it a dead end, which would kill the game. So it's the commissary, using my 1 gem. And hoping it wasn't a huge waste, but who really knows. Commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. So this is printed on a red note, which means it's false. With spiral stairs and without. The 4 stars. And they've got question marks? What? Effective the first week of December, payroll will, for all live out and seasonal staff, will be managed electronically, as your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. It is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out of the electronic terminals. I already know the answer to this. Yeah, got that one. I know what that says. Annual Maids Day sale, 2 days only. All items up to 50% off. All staff welcome. Day 20 and 21. Mount Holly Commissary. I can't afford any of those things. Let me check just one more time. I don't think that there was any chess pieces back there, but I'll make absolutely sure. So the salt shakers, the compasses, the shovels, and the sledgehammers. Got it. Try to remember what's there. Alright. There was no anything at the commissary. Let me just make sure that I've got that noted. I do not, but that can be easily remedied. Emissary. Blanks. Alright, what do we got here? I don't have a gem, so I can't draft security. The utility closet would be a dead end, so I can't do that. And the bedroom also makes it a dead end. So I'm screwed here. Day... What is this? Day 7 is garbage. And everything's horrible. Everything is bad. But I have a coin purse. Alright, let's draft the last... I just noticed that this is on blue paper. That's interesting. The name Reddington is in red. There's that E again. Right where I am. Wait. Do the drawings... Do the drawings stay in place? Even if the rooms change? Well, let's open the last door. The nook, the bunk room, the storeroom. There's no way out of my predicament. I could just keep re-rolling until I see a room that I haven't drafted before, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'll try it anyway. I don't have a gem, so that's useless. I've never seen the walk-in closet before, but I don't have a gem, so that's useless. So let's do the billiard room, and at the very least I can do the math puzzle in there. That's 8. Yay, 2 useless keys. Alright, time to leave. make a wish. It's always cloudy like this. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of stuff. You know? Like, that stuff doesn't need to be there. That stuff doesn't need to be there. You know? Which means it has a purpose for being where it is. It's got a purpose. But I don't know the purpose. Just like this up here has a purpose. But I don't know the necessary code. That yellow pipe looks a lot like the yellow pipes that were over by the Overlook platform. That thing over there. Day 7 was not good. Day 7 was not a good time for anybody. Didn't get any new rooms. Didn't get any new items. Day 7 was just Bad random generation. The bedroom and guest bedroom are both pawns, I think, right? Yes, they are. The nook is a rook. Take the bedroom. The car keys. Not bad, not bad. Tree and a pin. I am vaguely concerned. I am vaguely concerned that I might be onto something with the whole drawings matching to like a spot on the grid as opposed to a room. So I am going to make note of that. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, and 9 is the top row. And then it's columns. There's a center column, there's a left 2 and a right 2. So here we've got tree pin. If I go north, the parlor seems like a good choice. Then we could do a parlor trick. The gems are in the true box. There are 4 boxes in this room. That's not true. There's only 1 box in this room. That is not true. So that means this one is true, and the gems are in the true box, which means the gems are in here. Now going this way, this should be a... crap. No, it shouldn't be a crap. It should be a chapel. Because that's a bishop spot. I don't have any coins to be stolen, so in I go. No offerings. Down here should be a rook, and that's the nook. Boom. We got a buck and a 10 tag. Well, a buck and 10. 10 bucks. Back in the chapel. I don't think there are any drawings in here, right? Ever? Haven't seen any. Not on the back of the pews or anything. Nope. The parlor does have some drawings. It's Bath Bat. Already got the tree pin. In here we have Queen of Diamonds and Ace of Clubs. That Ace of Clubs looks a lot like the Mount Holly logo. This one. Interesting. Queen of Diamonds. And the Ace of Clubs. All right. I don't know what the chapel space should be. I assume that's one of the downsides of putting a red room there is it doesn't tell you what the drawings are supposed to be. But I do have the car keys, and in order to use the car keys, I would need to draft a garage, and in order to draft a garage, I've only ever seen that show up in this space, I think. Here or here, maybe. These two. So the garage needs to be to the west. The observatory is a night, so I don't want to draft that here. The pantry and the hallway are both blanks, though, which is not ideal. But I'll take the hallway just because it's a better layout for my purpose. The boudoir, I guess. Oh yeah, let me note these. So we've got a rosary and a crowbar. Rosary. Crowbar. Then in here, we've got pudding and sand dunes. And we've got a safe that I don't know the combination to. I don't even know how to guess what the combination is. I couldn't even fathom to start thinking about what the combination might be. That's definitely this room. Safe was over there. In the back corner. There's a Christmas tree in the middle of the room. Alright, north from here would be a bishop. I don't think that we have one of those. The den is a pawn. The observatory is a knight. The West Wing Hall is a nothing, but we're in the West Wing, so it makes sense. There's that scrap of paper. 83, so this predates all of the stuff in the archives room. Out of respect for late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. All floor plans associated have not been removed from the pool. We ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. And then the rest of this is cut off and probably is useful to know. But I don't know how to tell that. Likewise, any may draft so. Any staff? Something may draft so something blah blah blah. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to guess it from that. All right, we've got a. Yep, I knew it. Okay, see this one? This is the one that made me start thinking this. The E is on this spot of the floor plan. That spot. Every room I draft there has that E in that drawing. There. So it makes me think that these drawings stay the same no matter what room you draft over the top of it. Like those drawings will always be in that spot on the floor plan, regardless of what room that actually is. So this is a plane and a blueprint. And this is not this. This does not have a chess piece associated. I've got 1 key and 2 gems. Let's see what going inwards would do for me. Put security here. This should be a bishop room. Do I know what the commissary is? Keep forgetting that. The commissary is a blank. None of these get me further north. I'll take the pantry for now. Some extra steps from the apple. This is the bridge. It's written out instead of. I guess this is still looks like handwriting, but it's definitely a different script. The word bridge there. Alright, and that just loops back around, so... Actually, are there drawings in here? There are. Spiral. 4 stars. Okay. Bingo. Take the apple, get my 2 steps back. Alright, I can go north here, or I can go north here. I want to go back to the entrance hall and go north from there. See what we can get. It seems like the closet almost always comes up here. And considering how useful these items could be, it seems like it's almost always a good choice to go with. Get a die and gem. And we do have some drawings. We've got a bridge beside bridge, and we've got a bride, I guess. Bridge. Bride. Alright, we're filling it in. We're filling it in. We're going to figure all of this stuff out. It's going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to delude myself. Did I do the drawing room before? I did, right? Was there no pawn in there? And no chess piece? Oh, the drawing room is a pawn. Okay. The corridor is nothing, and the utility closet is nothing. I do that, that's the... Well, no, I'd have to go all the way back to the chapel again to continue forward. If I do that, it skips the section. So I think I'm going to do drawing room here. Now, the tricky thing about the drawing room is I have no idea how to tell which drawings would be the drawings of the drawing room. You know what I mean? Oh, here. This must be it. Crow and boat. This is, yeah. Crow, boat. That must be it. Those must be the ones for this specific coordinate. Row's in a hurry, I guess. There's a few of that guy. You know I want that garage. But I have the drawing room, so I could redraw again. And the garage is a dead end, but it gives me 3 keys, and then I can continue onwards into the house further. Plus, I have the car keys right now. So... assume this doesn't change. Goods are already secured in the trunk. Small garage. Loading it back here before today, but you never know when the cat will want to get some air. You never know when the cat will want to get some air. Is there a cat in this house somewhere? Is there a cat just kind of locked away in here somewhere, and the longer I take... the more likely it is that cat will starve. Queen of Diamonds. And car. That's interesting that the car is one of the drawings on this room. Kind of makes it seem like that's why the car can be here. It's in one of the state terminals. Is that moonshine? Is that moonshine? Is Broseph running moonshine? Do I want to know the answer to that? Probably not. All right. Drawing room. So I have the ability to redraw, and then I also still have my 1 die. I want to use that to redraw again. This is a pawn, but that's the end of the line unless I want to go all the way back to the chapel, which I really don't want to have to do. A spare room gets me through. And maybe that's the play. But I don't think spare room shows me what the drawings are. And that's garbage because I want to know what the drawings are for this. For this section. So I'm going to redraw. Okay, we get the archives, which is a 4, so that gives us more options. The den is good too. Storeroom's a dead end. I don't want to do this because that's garbage. I want to do the den. I want to take the den. The den's a pawn anyway. That space belongs to a pawn room. Get my gem here. And the lock box over there. I have plenty of keys for that. More dice and more coins. Nice. But now I gotta go north. Should be a pawn room. Nursery's a dead end. I don't want that. Corridor heads straight north, which is all right because it is guaranteed to be unlocked. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the corridor. And before I forget, let me write down the drawings in here were a what would you call that? It's like a serving tray of some sort. Like it's called a tray. Hope I remember what that means. And tie. All right. Then we've got a coat and a cot. That's not confusing. A coat and a cot. And a hat and a candlestick. Another candlestick and a couple pots. And nothing else of interest whatsoever. So through we go. I could put the commissary, which would allow me to continue. Or I could redraw. I've got 8 coins. Let me do the commissary, see if there's anything good for purchase. Is it important that the machine here has 4 diamonds on it? Right, the with without thing. Okay, so we've got like a... I'm going to call him a pilot. And I'm going to call that a garden. Maybe it's more accurate to call it an arbor, but I don't feel very accurate right now. Sleeping mask. Does that... I think I remember that gives you like... gives you more steps for going into a bedroom. See, Sledgehammer could be clutch because I might need those keys to get further north. And I don't really know what else I'm going to use those coins for, so I'm just going to buy a Sledgehammer. Heck with it. Maybe I won't find another lockbox this entire run, but if I do, I got the Sledgehammer. Oh my goodness. I do not have enough gems to get that vault, but I really wish I did. And the utility closet is what I need in order to turn on the lights in the dark room so that I could get any lore that might be in there from the pictures. Which is annoying. Annoying. Unfortunate and annoying. Decisions. I could re-roll. I probably should re-roll, right? That's the smart play. Because these are garbage options. I want to continue onwards. I really wish I could get that vault, though. Never seen that vault before. Observatory. Okay. No, that doesn't continue onwards, though. None of these do. Am I going to have to re-roll again? Come on. Wait, I've never drafted the library before. Okay. New plan. Library. What is the progress? Namaste. What is that? Is that a Dorito? Nacho cheese Dorito? I'm just... Okay, so... There are... in every room, almost every room, there are 2 drawings. I'm trying to make note of where I see those drawings on the grid, like on the floor plan grid here. I should probably have a thing so that I can take myself off the screen for when I'm showing things like this, but I have a theory, I have a hypothesis that those 2 drawings are always the same in certain spaces on the grid. So like this corridor or this commissary is on like 2 in and 5 up, right? My hypothesis is that no matter what room you put here at 2 in and 5 up, it will always have the same 2 drawings. And I think those drawings give you a clue as to what rooms are more likely to show up in that space as options to draw. Because the garage space here, one of the drawings on the wall there is the car. Just as an example. So this space has a garden, and that makes me think maybe it's more likely to be able to draw a green room in this space. I don't know what the pilot means. I don't have an idea of what all the meanings are yet. I'll get there. But this is the first time I've gotten to the library here, so we'll see what's up with this. So there's like a vial and a bathtub here. Aerodrome, yeah, probably. Alright, do vial Bathtub. All right. Next question. Is there a chess piece in here? Can I read that? No. Can I read this? Additional reading. The House Directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in your house, press R to pull up the directory. Yeah, okay. I already knew about this. I don't see any chess pieces yet. Maybe upstairs? I don't know if I can go up these stairs. It's pretty narrow. Oh, I can. Look at that. Which direction is that? Out to the west. There's a road. Oh, that's where the garage is. So yeah, I think the garage must always show up as an option in that space, because that's where the driveway goes. That must be so. I don't see any chess pieces. So I guess this is not a chess room. The Mount Holly scrapbook. My first claim ticket. First item checked. Silver key. Hey, that was the one that I did. Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. There's the this is the gate that I don't know the code to get into. There's like a little padlock here. I need the code so I can get in there. I don't have that at the moment. Greetings from Reddington. That's in the bedroom. This flyer. That's Mr. Sinclair himself. My favorite quote-unquote floor plans. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Gymnasium. I don't think that... I really don't like that one, actually. Most drafted. Pantry, closet, bedroom. That makes sense. Most paid for. Observatory, 5 gems. Drawing room, 4 gems. Commissary, 3 gems. Most time spent in. Entrance hall, security, pantry. Why would I spend the most time in the pantry? Contraptions I've made. What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? Contraptions I've made? You can make contraptions? Largest purchase, sledgehammer. I just did that. Stamp collection. There's more stamps? This is just the one that's on the letter in the entrance hall. There's the observatoire. This is a holly bush. Maybe one day, rotunda can rotate. That one costs 3 gems. I'm not avoiding it on purpose. I just can't get it. It's expensive. Rotunda, office, utility closet. Office. I don't think I've ever drafted the office either. That must be another one that's just too expensive for me to deal with. At least the house is keeping tabs on me, I guess. That's comforting. You know? That's comforting. Been playing for 7 hours and 39 minutes for a total of 8 days of stuff. Average days an hour. Man. I don't feel better about how it's keeping track of me. It doesn't make me feel better. You know? Is there something else about the library that I need to know? It says it's unusual. Discover less common floor plans while drafting in the library. And of course, I drafted it on an edge. So I can't draft from the library. Garbage. Permanent. Rarity not available. Commonplace. 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 These are all very commonplace options. This one's unusual. It is a dead end. That's true. But it's in quotes. I don't like that it's in quotes like that. You see what I'm talking about? Like this says dead end. This says dead end. This says dead end quotation marks. That means it's not actually a dead end. It just looks like one on the map. Because this door can be opened, but I don't know how. Guaranteed. Guaranteed that can be opened. This one just adds rooms to the draft pool that normally aren't even there, and I've never gotten any of these, the locker room, the sauna, or the pump room. And they reset every time, so you have to find the pool before you can even think about drafting those 3 rooms. The coat check I had one time. I think there's still a silver key in there. Never been in there. I've never been in there. All right. That was a dead end now, so that means I've got to go all the way back down to the chapel to go back up again. I don't know if I can even have enough steps to do that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 just to get there. I got 28, so yeah, I guess I can make it. This way, and then this way, and then this way, this way, this way. That one does give me an extra step, so that's nice of it. Right, the chapel doesn't have any drawings on the wall, so I don't know what drawings that's supposed to have. So I'll need to come back and check that a different time. Alright, let's go. This is a rook, bishop, knight space. And the observatory is a knight room. I have 1 gem. So I think it's meant to be. However, there's nothing to be gained from 6 stars. Unless it counts as 4 and 2. Wow, okay. I didn't know it rolled like that. Intriguing. And I have the sledgehammer so I can go open those chests in the entrance hall. 1, 2... 2 steps to go back. Open sesame. A lot of gems. I'm a fan of that. Now I have to walk through the chapel though and lose one of my 3 coins. It's unfortunate, but necessary. Right, this room is Mount Holly and Peapod. And through here. Ooh. Ooh. I do not want this to be a dead end. I do not want that. Courtyard is, I think, a nothing. Yeah, the courtyard has nothing. But there's a chance it could have a shovel, and it does have dirt pits. I don't have a shovel for right now in this run. I've got the disc. I've got the disc. I need security. I need to open the security terminal. Security is a necessity right now. While I have the disc, I need to use it. It is upgrading the closet data has been found in this upgrade disc. You will now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. What? Select a floor plan below to upgrade this room. Hallway closet, +1 extra item if drafted adjoined to a hallway. Bedroom closet, +2 extra items if drafted adjoined to a bedroom. Empty closet, +4 extra items if drafted adjoined to a red room. Okay, I can see why the bedroom option gives you an extra item, because a lot of the bedrooms are like one way in. You know, it's like the bedroom is a dead end for a lot of the bedrooms. So I feel like hallway closet is the right choice, because the extra item will come into play more often that way. I don't want to do this because I don't want to incentivize myself to use red rooms, because I hate red rooms and I don't want to use them at all. So I'm gonna go with the hallway closet. Nice. 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 Got everything. Keycard security settings. Set security level. I want it to be low right now. Change offline mode to unlocked. In the security menu, log into network. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for the modem noises. Alright, electronic mail is only available from the office, which I haven't drafted. Can't punch in or out. Simon is me. Special orders. What would I like to see in the commissary? I mean, shovels are a good choice usually. I like shovels. Data transfers from Cinca are not currently available. From Cinca. 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 Right, I also need to check. Are there drawings in here? Yes, there are. A clock and a lock. That keeps happening. Why does that keep happening? Why do I keep finding drawings that are two things that have like one letter off. Like the clock and the lock. Or like the bat and the bath. Or like the bridge and the bride. Or like the coat and the cot. Concerning. Very, very concerning, in fact. In point of fact. Going this way. Cannot do a dead end. Do the kitchen. Redraw. Redraw. Rumpus room? That's not fair. Rumpus room's a dead end, but I've never drawn that before. That's not fair. I don't want to end the day by getting the rumpus room, but I need to get the rumpus room because I've never gotten the rumpus room before. Alright, I gotta remember my priorities. Priority number 1, draft rooms that I haven't drafted before. Priority number 2, figure out whether there are chess pieces or drawings in those rooms. So priority number 1 takes precedence. I need to draw a room that I've never drawn before. Is this considered a bedroom? No, it's just a regular room. Oh. Hello there. Just a second, let me... Man. What a waste of a bunch of coins to get them all now and not be able to use them. Drawings. Road and rut. Do you see what I'm talking about here? It's messed up. Road and rod. One letter off. It keeps happening. I imagine it's probably going to spell out a word at some point or something. My tiny mind's going to be blown. This is a bishop. This room is a bishop. Alright, the second bishop I've ever found. Maybe the extra letter is a clue. That's what I'm saying. It's going to spell out a word or something at some point, right? Or like the letter is going to have some significance in this room or something. Well, don't have anything else to use my coins for.
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something. Something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat
The cat.
tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
I was not expecting a full-on prophecy. That would just be like, you know? Man, what a rumpus room. Am I right? Checkers. Yeah, exactly. I got a mind for checkers, and you're trying to ask me to play chess. Hold up. That chessboard the letters at the top are correct. The letters on the side, or the numbers on the side, are upside down. The letters at the top are upside down and in the correct order. The letters down here are the right way, sort of, but like they're the right way up ish. Is that how they usually do that? Am I crazy? What do those say? Pizza Land. Split and pick. Board game. Love board game. That's a good one. Wait, what does that one say? Crazy chess? Is that what that says? Mancala. Hmm. Well, I guess I'm done here. I can't carry on. I can only walk back. Mode again. More likely to appear in the higher ranks. Bath bat. Pine pin. I think I just wrote tree for that, but that's a pine. Yeah, I did just write tree. That's not just any tree. That's a pine tree. Are all of them like that? Surely not. Like this one's... This one's a queen of diamonds and an ace of clubs. Is that clubs or spades? That's a spade. Okay. Those can't be translated into something that's only one letter apart, can they? Unless they're both just card. But that's not one letter apart, that's just the same. I don't know. I've done everything I can in here. I have no more ways forward. So, time to toss a coin in the wishing well. Still can't get through there. Still don't know the combo to the other place. The apple orchard. That's still closed. I wish there was some clue. Or at least some vaguely transparent clue, not everything just being very opaque. Why is there a stump right here? That would take a while. Otherwise, I would just brute force it. If it was like 2 tumblers, I would just brute force it. If it was 3, I would be tempted. 4, too many. Too many options. charming cottage. Aw. How lovely. 2 new rooms. What were they? It was the library and the rumpus room. That seems like a good spot. Wouldn't you agree? That seems like a good spot to just you know, call it for the day. Let's see. Is anybody on? Is anybody on to raid? Well, in that case, I guess we'll raid Leslie Tanner.